fans to the live broadcast of Women's Candidates Tournament taking place in Khiva, Uzbekistan. So today is our fourth day already, and the fourth round of knockout Pool B. So we hope that tomorrow we will follow for tiebreak.
Yes. Currently, the score in the match is 1 point for Alexandra Kosteniuk to 2 points for Alexandra Goryachkina. So Alexandra Kosteniuk, the chess queen, needs to win on demand in the fourth game today. And yeah, we're all here sending positive energy to Hiva, and we will hopefully see a victory for our streamer and chess player here.
Yes, in the first two rounds we had a draw, and yesterday, unfortunately, Alexandra Kosteniuk lost her game. It was really very interesting game. Her opening choice was the Italian game, and she had like a small space advantage on the queen side. But and even she had more time than her opponent Alexandra Goryachkina. But unfortunately, she missed a chance. And I guess the main inaccuracy was with the King H2. Do you remember this moment?
Yes, and it was unfortunate because I think Alexandra was up a lot of time on the clock at the moment, and I think King H2 was the fastest move she made up until that point. It was in a matter of seconds, and it was unfortunately the least accurate that she had played until that point. Um, and
Yes, and after that, and after the exchange of queens, the next mistake was a bishop e1. Okay, so we hope tomorrow or today we have a must-win situation, and let's follow this game because right now it's 3 p.m. Uzbekistan time. I guess that all the players are already in the tournament hall, and they're already waiting for their start, probably even for their first moves.
and I think we do have a couple of moves on the board already.
Okay, great. So
Um,
what we can see?
we can see that there is d4, and instead of going d5 or knight f6, Alexandra Kosteniuk opts for g6 and basically offers to make this essentially like an e4 game, right? Because they're going to go into the modern defense here with Goryachkina playing e4 on the second move, and the chess queen just simply fianchettos. So as far as I know, the modern is quite a sharp line for both players here. So, or at least for black, it's quite sharp. But if you know your theory, then you can hopefully get a good position out of it.
Yes, and so as we know, Goryachkina usually plays c4 or d4 with Alexandra Kosteniuk, but in this match, in her second game, she played e4, and it was a Spanish opening. But now she back to d4.
Yeah, I have a couple of more moves. So, Goryachkina does go with this kind of 3-pawn center. It's always a debate. Like, what's the best opening, e4 or d4? Well, why not both? And also, by the way, c4. So this is pretty common setup against the modern defense. Also see knight c3 and knight d7. So already, yeah, I think the modern and the King's Indian, both of those openings, you see the computer oftentimes not really liking those openings, like out of the first few moves. But I think that's like one difference between computer play and human play, is that it's still plenty sharp and got a lot of complications. So it's not like, oh, like the computer might say +1 right now, but a lot of strong players have used the openings to actually win with black. Right? It's not so easy to navigate sometimes, especially if black is well prepared.
Yeah, actually, Alexandra Kosteniuk, she plays, as we call it, close openings quite often, and I guess she feels comfortable with such openings.
Makes sense. And
Mm.
as people are joining in and saying hello, welcome in Powerful Knight on C6. Unfortunately, the knight has routed to D7 this morning instead of C6, but never say never. There could be a future, several moves down the line. Maybe a knight will appear on C6, but you never know. Welcome in Linux Archer, Julio, CRO. Welcome in, everybody, and hope you all are having a good morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time of day it is for you. Hope you are having a good time. For me, it is currently 5 a.m. I believe for Oksana, it is 5 p.m. So we are.
Yes, I'm in Bangkok, so I have a really comfortable time. And of course, we welcome you, our chess viewers. We hope that you will enjoy our broadcasting, and uh, we send really, really warm uh, and hearts and a lot of love to Alexandra Kosteniuk, because today she needs a win, because tomorrow will be a tie break if today she will win.
Exactly. And I see in chat we've already sent some cactus power and pizza power. So thank you, chat, for sending that positive energy there.
So yesterday, after the third round, and after her win, Goryachkina attended the press conference, and this is the quote from a press conference: "I underperformed a little bit in the previous two games." And in the third round, in the critical moment, so everything is changed. And of course, it's today is a really big moment, and very tricky moment for both players, because it's always a question in what situation is easier to play, when you must win or you need a draw.
Yeah. Like, yeah, like all the, yeah, you could say, you could kind of psychologically make a Uno reverse where uh you would think naturally that all the pressure is on the person that needs to win on demand. But at the same time, maybe that takes a little bit of pressure off because it's like, well, we're coming from behind, like we're already um behind in the match, so anything can happen. Maybe it takes a little bit of pressure off, but it depends on your perspective. Like might as well go swinging and playing uh loose and freely, or it's like could be extra tense, but it really depends on your
Yeah,
mentality.
exactly. Exactly. I totally agree with you. And because for black is no more way back. They are already back.
Right.
So
Their back is against the wall, and so there's only one way to go. You just push off the wall, right? um, but yeah, I think in a lot of these positions, so Goryachkina plays f3, and a lot of these positions when White has the setup these with these three pawns in the center, black usually either looks for e5 or c5 as a pawn break. So we'll see which of those two pawn breaks that Alexandra ends up deciding to go with at some point. Or maybe she won't play either of those, but I know those are very thematic in the King's Indian, and I'm assuming it's pretty similar for the modern, just given the similarity in the setup.
and one more interesting thing, Alexandra Kosteniuk, she needs to take risks, and she can do it, and it's more interesting to all of chess fans.
Yeah. This I think even just with the opening choice that already shows her willingness to take risk today. Would you tend to agree that like I thought at the highest levels of chess, like the modern is like very like aggressive to play against other strong masters.
Yeah, of course, it's very popular opening, because in my opinion, uh, here are a lot of space for creativity, a lot of interesting lines.
Right. We'll have to see how this ends up heading. Illustrek, welcome into the chat. But you might say that Alexandra Goryachkina did not expect this opening, just based on the fact that she spent a little bit of time out of the opening. It's quite typical in these Grandmaster games that the first 10 moves are all made in just a few minutes, and then the real thinking starts. But Goryachkina has already gone down to gone down to an hour and 22 minutes. Meanwhile, Alexandra Kosteniuk has just been gaining time based on the increment. So she definitely came well prepared at the very least. Like
Yeah,
Alexandra
so
Kosteniuk came prepared.
yes, usually about the prep, we can watch by time.
Right. Yes. Powerful 9 c6 has those chess queens, queen emotes. So we love that. I'm very excited for this game because yeah, I think hopefully we'll see some fireworks. I'm excited to see how this works out. Hasn't this transposed to a same-ish King's Indian defense now? I'm not exactly sure on all the different variation names and everything like that, but apparently this is the modern defense Averbach variation, according to chess.com. Although, as you said, maybe it is a transposition, so I'm not sure when that book started and ended. But yeah, I mean, it does look very similar to a King's Indian type structure, with black fianchettoing their dark square bishop, most likely castling short, and then white with this central pawn presence, and yeah, so it looks very similar to a King's Indian defense, but not sure where the differences are, except maybe yeah, to be honest, I don't know the differences in the variations and everything.
Yeah, so Alexandra Goryachkina, she already thinks 10 minutes, so probably it means that she didn't expect this line, or probably she's just choosing some line.
Right. Well, there's a lot of different plans, right? I mean, you can move your bishop pretty much anywhere. You can try to form this little battery on the dark squares, always with a little bit of a annoying idea for black, which would be like bishop h6 after you get the queen on d2, and just trying to remove the fianchettoed bishop. Or
And also, white can choose in what side they prefer castle.
True, right? Like if queen d2, then you can long castle or short castle. But I think for now, Goryachkina opts for bishop d3, which seems to make plenty of sense. She played f3, so the knight's not going to go to f3, so it has to go to e2. And you probably want to get your light square bishop out of the way before you get your knight to that square. So bishop d3 seems pretty reasonable, but it was worth taking an extra 5, almost 6 minutes off of her clock, in her opinion.
Also, in this pool, we have a second match, Katerina Lagno versus Tanjung. After the first, possible to say after the first 3 rounds, so just after 3 rounds, they have three draws. So today it will be also interesting game, and we also follow for this game. So tomorrow should be at least one tie break, I guess.
Yep. Hopefully too. That'd be great news.
So Alexandra Kosteniuk, she played rook b8.
Rook b8, I guess, signaling that
Yeah.
at some point maybe she's looking to push b5, but not immediately though, because not available. Maybe instead of c5, maybe she'll play c6 and b5. at least as one potential plan.
I think it's an unpredictable move, don't you think?
Playing rook b8.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does seem very direct. Like it's a like I wonder how flexible it is. A lot of times, right, in these openings, these grandmasters are trying to stay as flexible as possible. Like for example, like Goryachkina is like, am I castling short? Am I castling long? You have no idea, right? And meanwhile, like rook b1, sorry, rook b8 is like, hey, at some point I want b5, right? Um, but
Yeah, but is it a threat for white? How do you think? Or it was like with an interesting idea with rook a2.
yeah, right. Which rook a2 was a like you said,
In
interesting
last
idea, but
game.
effective idea, right? So um, just because it looks a little different doesn't mean it's a bad plan. And also, this is why Alexandra is the grandmaster of everyone commentating and chatting. It's she has the plan to try and make things work and um, maybe create some complication this way.
Yeah, probably it's a strategy for this game because obviously you need to surprise your opponent somehow. Uh, because with the black, to be in win situation, it's really hard.
Right. I wonder. Well, I guess. Really, two things. Like, one, like, wonder if black should try and castle before.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like if white castles, queen d2 would probably come immediately. I don't know. It'll be interesting. I mean, c6, c5, or c6 and b5. Basically, one of either the c or b pawn breaks plus castles at some point. All makes sense.
Oh, yeah, probably this plan c6 and b5 after can be really like annoying for white, not really pleasant. Because the simplification in this position, it's not for black for sure.
Yep. I mean, this is the first moment in the match or this is the first moment in the game today where Alexander Kosteniuk has taken more than a minute to think. So, is for the plan here.
Yeah.
And here's your reminder, chat. Everyone watching at home or on the train, up on the bus, wherever you are, in the office, who knows. But here's your reminder to stay hydrated because I'm a very big proponent of taking care of your body, giving yourself enough rest, enough food, enough water. Very important. Very important to your overall mental endurance and performance. So make sure you take care of yourselves today.
Yeah, so where are you right now? What are you doing? Because today is a Saturday. Today is a weekday, a weekend day.
With these commentary sessions, I lose track of what day of the week it is.
Yeah, it's really so.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Sterling says that they have the habit of not drinking much until they get headaches from the dehydration. That's like the that's what we're looking to avoid. It's like prophylaxis in chess. Like you make a prophylactic move. It's just like that. You have to drink water as a prophylactic move so that you don't get a headache later on. Welcome in, Karkawar. Hope you're having a wonderful day as well. Okay, and here we go. Alexandra Kosteniuk chooses to go forward with c6 immediately. Again, really,
Yeah,
really.
so this is the plan, yes, with the b5, because Alexandra Kosteniuk, she needs to win, and she's taking risk, I guess.
Yeah. I wonder, as white, are you gonna play a4, or do you simply like ignore it, either castles or play like queen d2? And if you play if you ignore it and they play b5, I mean, thinking you probably don't want to play b3, because then like the b file opening would be better for black since the rook's already on b8. Would you want to just take and it's interesting. I don't even know, like, it'll be interesting to see how the pawn structure transforms, and a little bit it will be dependent on a4 or any other move by white.
Yeah, so in the first round, we could see all the pawn, not all the pawns, but a lot of pawns on d file. Yes. Yeah.
Chat, for those of you that don't remember that, I have all 4 games in the same classroom, so we're just gonna go back to it very, very briefly. But
Okay, great.
in this position, it was game 1, right?
Yeah, in game 1.
It was a Rui Lopez. It all got exchanged. Let's see where. Wait, was it in this?
No, it's a second game.
Okay, yeah, I was looking for it. I was like, I don't see it. Okay.
Yeah, it's a second game. Or yeah.
Yeah, I think it was this. Okay, here we go. We have the quadruple pawn stack on the D file. It was perfect symmetry, and yeah, this, I mean, very interesting situation where white is blocked in by its own pawn, black is staring at the same pawn, but it was a completely blocked up center for most of the game. So I don't know if we're gonna get something quite as exciting as that in terms of pawn structures, but we'll get something interesting here. Sure. So I think the question for white, probably do you need to play a4 and not only like do you need to, but like, you know, as I've said before, like the pawns don't go backwards, right? At least not in this version of chess. So if you play a4, there's no taking it back. So it's like, are you gonna push it and try and control the b5 square, or save that pawn for further flexibility in the future? Well, it looks like Goryachkina does decide to play a4, and
Yeah.
now b5 is not available immediately. So.
Yeah, so she didn't like b5 for black, and she prevented it.
But now if you're black, you're thinking, okay, well, okay, yeah, she short castles, and maybe you push for e5. Maybe you go and take a different game plan here. Because the other thing that transformed with the pawn structure is that the pawn moved from c7 to c6, right? So if e5 comes and white decides to push with d5, well, you can at least capture the c pawn, or I don't know, maybe it was all, maybe black was looking to instigate something different, right? We'll see.
Yeah, so this is the question for this round. Do you prefer to be like in win situation or in draw, must draw situation?
I would say probably in the must draw to win situation, but honestly, it's, you know, the past is the past, and you have to play in the moment. So whatever it takes is what you need. So that's kind of the mentality that I think all these competitors will see, right? Um,
Yeah, it's really interesting because when you go to your round and you know that the draw is enough for you, it can be tricky because you start playing for a draw, and that can be mistake because you
True.
don't feel yourself naturally. Yes, you think only about draw, 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 and you miss some a win opportunity, for example.
True.
And I think a lot of chess players, they were in such really serious situation. So we see a5 on our board. Do you like this move?
It's interesting because I'm not sure, was a5. I mean, there's a couple of things, like a5 could have been to prevent black from playing a5, but what would be the utility of black playing a5? And um, also it's taking away the b6 square from the knight, but was the knight really going to b6? Most likely not. We'll have to see where pieces end up going. I mean, maybe white's even thinking about shoving the pawns down the board, but that seems a little committal.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe white is thinking b4 at some point, but um, alternatively, it's just white trying to win the battle of space on the board, right? Because in these a lot of these like King's Indian and modern setups, like you have white controlling a lot of the center, and it's just a lot of space and squares that white has has territory in. So it's all about how can black like have a pawn break at some point, right? And I think Goryachkina is just trying to make it more and more difficult for black to do so. Um, see where it develops. You know, it might take away a square for the knight, but Alexandra Kosteniuk can always play b6 at some point too.
Yeah.
It's almost weird because the bishop would just cover the a6 pawn, and all of a sudden you could get a queen and a rook on the same file.
But first you need to protect your pawn on a5. Right now you cannot go with your knight to b6.
Oh no, I'm saying sorry, the pawn pushing to b6. But I mean, if b6, a takes b6, queen takes b6, the only thing you have to worry about is any sort of discoveries on with like d5. But right now, obviously the dark square bishop's like hanging, so it would be not something you consider right now because queen would just take. But if a move is passed back and white's able to get like queen d2 in, then you really need to worry about d5 and the complications there. I don't know. It's there's still a lot of different plans for both players. Because again, like even rook e8 to consider e5 as a pawn break, all of it could make sense. Actually,
Yeah, so I think the queen side for black is a really side to make something, because on the king side the position is not so sharp.
Yep.
Okay, I think we are waiting for some plan like a b6 and c5, something like that.
b6, c5, or rook e8. I mean, e5's not out of the question at some point, right? Hence.
Yeah, so now Alexandra Kosteniuk, she's thinking a bit longer.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things when there's so many different plans you can choose from. It requires a little bit of extra time thinking about which plan to take. Probably trying to find the difference between c5, the difference between that and b6, or playing for an e5 push, or keeping flexibility versus initiating the plan.
So what we have discussed already in the previous broadcastings, in this knock round system, you really need to be accurate in general, because even a little mistake can lead you to lose, and then you don't have a time sometimes to revenge.
Right. And very interesting move.
So b5.
Yeah, b5
Okay.
instead of b6. So it's kind of,
Hmm.
oh, you wanted to play a5? Well, that's not stopping me from getting my b5 plan going forward.
Yes.
I'm very curious to see Goryachkina take with the c pawn or the a pawn.
She takes with the a pawn.
Be quite interesting. The b pawn is hanging. But yeah, wait. The b pawn's hanging, but I mean, it looks like it would be a little dangerous to take the b pawn, which is quite often a poisoned pawn. Mostly because this is still all connected and the knight's pretty well defended. So if you take the b pawn, you're gonna get chased out. But I don't think you get trapped. You don't get trapped, and your rook is defended, so you can move and the rook will be defended still. So if like just castles and you take rook b1, I think the queen can just move here and it'll be safe. I'm gonna try it.
Yes, but I don't think that white wants to give a pawn to opponent.
True. But yeah.
Oh, I remember.
Well,
you sometimes you suggest a really good line for us.
well, I'm just, it's an idea. It's like, okay, well, both players are definitely looking at the b2 pawn, so I'm trying to work through if different responses work or not, because a lot of times the b2 pawn, especially for a queen to take the b2 pawn, it can be a poison pawn, and oftentimes the queen can end up getting trapped and lost. In this case, it would just be a free pawn.
Yes, it's like, do we need to count this pawn or no?
Yeah, but I think in this case it's especially good for black because it's a passed a pawn all by itself. So I would think white would just want to check the pawn one way or another. Who is ahead in the match so far? So right now we have Goryachkina, who has 2 points versus 1 for the chess queen, and that came as a result of 2 draws in the first 2 rounds and a win for Goryachkina yesterday, when Goryachkina had the black pieces. So that's why Alexandra Kosteniuk is in the situation where she needs to win on demand with the black pieces. Definitely not not an easy task, but something that has been done before, so we can see where the match goes.
Yes, and so let me remind, if you have a question about this particular match, so what this tournament about? So it's a women's candidates tournament, and this is Pool B. So it's a tournament from a new knockout system of FIDE. So for the first stage, FIDE divided 8 leading female players into 2 groups, Pool A and Pool B. And the Pool A event recently took place in Monaco. So the winner of this tournament is Lei Tinzi. And right now we are finding out the winner of the Pool B. So the second stage will be next year, and it shall consist of 6 games match between the 2 finalists of the pools. And next stage, the winner of the final match becomes the challenger to the women's world champion Zhu Winzhu. So, yes, this is a little bit complicated system, but it's really exciting system because of knockout. You never know what we can see next.
Right. Yeah, and yeah, I think the most interesting part to me about the format is how they split up the Pool A versus Pool B. Do you have some thoughts on that? I really just never really like. Okay,
No, I've read how they divide it. So they divide it by a few parameters. So it's not just 4 goes here, 4 goes there.
yeah.
No, it was also a little bit complicated system by rating and by performance also.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. But did they? I guess my question is more, why did they have the 2 events at different times? Because like, you know, separating into Pool A and Pool B, that's fine. But why have the events like a couple months apart?
Yeah, it's interesting question. Probably because just of organizing issues. Yes, because it's 2 really big events for chess with a big chess prize funds. So probably that's why they decided to split it. But yeah, but probably it could be more interesting if they could play at the same time. I agree with you.
Yeah. Well, I guess maybe I don't know. I guess maybe like the 4 game matches all in a row would be a little bit too much. But yeah, it's kind of funny having like a. It's funny having a finals of the candidates match as a 1 match event, and then having a world championship match also as a 1 match event. It's a long road for these candidates if they want to make it all the way.
Yes, I guess it's really very, very strange road for all the cycle.
But that's what it takes to be a world champion. So you have to go through a lot. But we have a couple moves on the board, and it's looking like they are some improvements for Alexandra here, and
Okay.
the way that White decided to defend the B2 pawn was with Knight A4, which is kind of a double purpose. It was protecting the pawn, but it was also asking the queen to move out of the way. And Alexandra Kosteniuk decides to go to Queen C7, and yeah, and now the knight's just blocking the rook's vision of the A pawn, and it is also on the side of the board. So it'll be interesting to see where board goes
One
from
more
here.
interesting thing here, because after queen takes b6, the engine says that it's slightly better for white, but for human it's not so obviously, as we discussed already, and probably this tension with the queen on b file is not really pleasant for white, and that's why Goryachkina probably decided to play more safety with knight on a4.
This. But we do have a sharp question being asked by black, because after white castles short, black goes with e5. So now Alexander Kosteniuk is asking how white will respond to this. Will they open up the center or simply push d5? But the pawn structure is going to be transforming, and we'll see who it's beneficial for. Oh, or I mean, I guess, or white can ignore it and play like b3 or any other move.
I'm not sure that d5 is really good for black. Probably it's also like a risky move, just to try how white, how do they feel.
Right.
What gonna do black after d5? Because after d5, dark squared bishop is really very dangerous. It's very active on this diagonal.
True. Yeah. It is really active, but you could honestly say, oh, you wanna have an active controlling bishop? Why not c5? Because if you play d5 and c5, all the bishops in the position are not so great. Like, I think and Goryachkina does find d5. But I think the most natural is probably not to take, because if you take on d5, then c takes d5, and this is quite annoying. Like the open file, white can easily win control of with a simple move like rook c1, and it's a little bit annoying to deal with. Welcome in, Cyril. Welcome. We have an interesting development here. So, black was putting pressure on the b2 pawn, knight a4 to defend, queen c7, and this queen is helping support e5. But I think the key here for white is to push d5 and see where this goes. Oksana, I was saying that c5 probably seems like the most natural move, because like you're saying, that this dark squared bishop can be quite annoying controlling a lot of these squares. So c5 could shut it all down immediately. And probably looks like the best response for black here.
Sorry, I'm a little bit after first round, a little bit get cold.
Oof.
It's
Hope you're off to a speedy recovery.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Was that some tea you were drinking? I noticed you had a glass.
No, I'm trying to drink water with lemon or lime. So never sit under the air conditioning, in front of air conditioning during 5 hours. It can be not really good for your health.
Yeah. Oh boy. Whew. I think I have a vent right behind me, but it should be producing warm air, so that's the opposite effect.
You can get bronze.
Yep. Well, in this moment, while Alexandra is taking a little bit of time to find the next move, should we take a peek at the opening of the Katarina Logno and Tang Jungyi game?
Yeah, yes, let's have a look.
Okay. As per usual, Katarina Logno has used more time than Tang Jungyi already. But we see e4, c5. So, is this the first Sicilian that we've seen in any of the matches?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And we see an open Sicilian. Knight goes back. 3. Knight jumps forward. There's plenty of tension. These knights seeing each other, and also the rook on an open file. There's quite a lot developing here. It'll be interesting to see how this develops, though. Do you did you play the Sicilian a lot when you were playing chess?
Yes.
Okay.
In my childhood, I really used to play for white and for black as well.
Okay. I'm still at the point I refuse to touch the Sicilian. That's just like I'm like, okay. At all costs so far, I just refuse to learn the Sicilian, because with white I'll play the c3 Alpin. I mean, c3 is basically an anti-Sicilian, right? And then with black I never play the Sicilian. So maybe I need to at some point really do a deep dive, but it's been quite intimidating so far, so I've just been staying away from it.
Yeah, there are a lot of really sharp lines, and if you sometimes don't know exactly line, so exactly moves, you can get lost in these all variations.
Right. So for now I've stayed away, but I think at some point I'm gonna have to commit. But yeah, I think Katarina Logno and Tang Jungyi both kind of have very flexible position. But there's plenty of tension on the board.
Yeah, it's also interesting what is a strategy for particularly this round between Lagno and Tan, because of course they are already tired at this point, and do they have some power each to fight for win.
Right.
I mean, of course. Do they want to take some risks, or they just want to have a tie break?
Right. Well, I mean, if you're Tong Jungyi and you're looking at Katarina Logno's clock, she's almost used half of it through 11 moves. So that could be reason enough to continue pushing, but we will see.
So it's okay for this match,
Yeah.
as we could see.
Yeah. It's a dangerous style to be thinking so deeply so early, but I mean, hey, that's also part of the territory of the Sicilian, right? Like you can't have a misstep, or else it could be very sharp depending on the position.
Oh, so we can look back to our two Alexandras. And it's really very interesting because it's looking like Alexandra Kosteniuk. She is trying to like rebalance fights and
Yeah.
sometimes we see that engine think that it's much better for white, and again it like looks white prefers sometimes like safety moves, and nothing is clear.
Yeah, and I wonder if Goryachkina is just playing Queen C2 to invite like a trade of queens in this scenario. Where it like if black were to take on c5, sorry, if black were to play c takes d5, c takes d5, queens would see each other and most likely trade each other off. But I think that if you're playing with the black pieces for a win on demand, you're probably not looking to exchange queens so early, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So
Because when you have queens on a board, it means that you have like more power and more ways to attack.
right. What is the point of knight h5 then?
Yeah, that's an interesting question.
I mean, I feel like the most natural thing would be to get the, like, you would, in general, knight h5 to get to knight f4, but it's you know, it's defended by two pieces, so that would just lose a pawn. So if you're just losing a pawn, you're probably not looking to play knight f4 immediately. And of course, if white plays like something crazy like g4, then probably more than happy to play knight f4 and lose a pawn because the king's gonna be quite open. So maybe she's just parking it there for a later knight f4 in the future. But really to see. Alexandra must be like the soup guy from Seinfeld. No queen for you. Oh boy. Love the pop culture references. There we go. All these emotes. Love it. Okay, wait, chat. What is your favorite chess queen emote? I really I'm very curious to hear what your thoughts are. And can we get some chess queen emotes down in the chat?
Yeah, there are a lot of
Oh my god, the cactus KO. That's amazing. I just noticed that. Oh, your Linux's favorite is between the cactus KO and the queen. I mean, I feel like the chess queen is just it's like iconic, right? But the cactus KO is quite fun.
Cactus Queen.
Right.
It's nice.
Right. I want to know, with the blindfold emote, has Alexandra played a lot of blindfolded games on stream?
I didn't know about streams, but definitely she played and she solved. She's still solving a lot of tasks blindfold.
Yeah, that's it's quite the impressive skill.
Yeah, my father, in our childhood, my father had a very interesting book with mm, checkmate tasks, and there it wasn't like a really easy checkmate. It was a very hard checkmate tasks, and we used to solve it blindfold. My father took this book everywhere. For example, even in subway,
Yeah.
he gave us these tasks, and we needed to solve it during our 2 stations.
That's pretty cool. Training on the go, like as you're traveling.
Yeah, yes. Don't waste your time. Just
Right.
use your all options.
Wait,
If you're
so
just walking in the park, you can solve chess puzzles.
wait, so how does this work? If it's a position, and does do you tell them exactly where the pieces are, or do you show it to them and then take it away?
No, he didn't show. He
Describe the position.
usually describe the position. It just king b1, queen d2, rook g3, so something like that.
Oh
And then
my lord.
yes, and then it's like white moves and checkmate in 2 or in 3 moves.
Chat, if you're wondering what it takes to be a world champion, now you have your answer. You have to be solving blindfolded puzzles where you don't even ever get to see the board. You have to be told every piece on the board and where it is. And that's how you solve your puzzle blindfolded. Fully blindfolded. That's actually crazy.
Yeah, but it's really very, very, very useful, and I think even you need to train, because if you don't train your blindfold ability, so you never will play a really good chess.
I'm tempted to like start a second chess.com account just so I can see how well my blindfolded puzzle rating could be. Although, yeah, I guess I would really need my girlfriend to get into chess so that she would read the position out.
But you can learn how to read the chess positions. It's not so hard.
Is there a way online that it'll read the position for you?
What do you mean to read online?
Oh, like, because you're saying you'd have to, like, someone tells the blindfolded person where all the pieces are, right? But, so you need two people, right?
You need two people to solve it?
No, one person to give the puzzle, one person to solve it. Or can you do it by yourself?
No, I guess you can do it by yourself. For example, if nobody can describe to you this position, you can just look at the position for, I don't know, 10 or how many seconds do you need, and just look, and then you can solve. And more, my father, he always write down how many seconds or how many minutes do you need to solve it, and put date of the solving. And then he could come back to this position after 1 month or after a few months, and then described this position again, and then you need to solve it once again. And that it was really very interesting statistics, and usually these statistics described that, for example, I didn't need to solve it again. I just remembered this position.
Oh my god.
Yes, but Alexandra, she needed to solve it again, but still she spent not so much time.
And this
Yeah,
is
so it's
months
interesting.
in between, like, the first and second time you see it. That's crazy. Well, chat, you know, there's always more you can do. Oh wow, that's really impressive, and honestly incredibly cool to hear that backstory of how some of the best players in the world will train. Yeah, I mean, I knew blindfold was a thing. I didn't realize it was, like, yeah, that was such a regular part of the training.
In our childhood, yes, it was a really regular part of training. Because, for example, in our chess school, I already described that we are really trying to do the same, yes, to solve some positions blindfold. But of course, they are not so difficult as it was in our childhood. But in the beginning, all kids, they always ask why, what for should I do, should I solve it blindfold? And so I could find a reason that what are you doing when you are thinking about your move. So you don't put all the pieces in some lines or in different lines and then decide, yes, what move
Right.
to make. So you make it blindfold. So that's why you need to solve some positions blindfold
So
at the beginning.
yeah, so I think that's one thing that a lot of the people that learned chess online in the last couple of years, I think that's one thing that is it's like, it's not beneficial for their growth, because you can draw arrows online, right? So instead of, like,
Yeah.
moving the pieces and moving them back, like, you can draw the arrows to try and help you calculate and visualize, which might seem like a good thing. It's like helping, right? But I think it's like a shortcut. It's cheating a little bit to helping you develop that
Yes.
visualization.
Yeah, but it's helping you probably at some point, but after, when you change your online board on like a 3D offline chessboard.
Yeah.
You see that this visualization is not like like you thought.
Well, and what I noticed is that as I've gotten better, which obviously I'm not like a chess master or anything, but even in my journey, when I am trying to like draw arrows, eventually I get to a point where I'm like, I don't even like, the arrows are hurting. Like it's easier to visualize without the arrows than it is with the arrows sometimes. So it's like eventually you do develop the skill, and you like the sometimes the arrows are like, or they're just too much. Like you see like Hikaru draw all these arrows, and you're like, yeah, that looks absolutely ridiculous. I like he's drawing arrows to try and help people understand what he's thinking, and in fact it's still impossible. So it's
But it's much easier, of course, because not so many people can follow your line when you're just talking about it. You, of course, when you draw these lines, it help to not like not so professional chess viewers. Yes.
yes, which for everyone in chat, that we understand, you guys are not professional chess players, and quite frankly neither am I. So yeah, but that's why we're drawing arrows in the commentary. But yeah, for your own training perspective, that's kind of what we're talking about here.
But sometimes it's much easier for us too, because sometimes when you want just to and not to concentrate too much, of course it's probably it's a little bit easier to you too.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Hikaru draws so fast.
he does. Oh my god. Hikaru's elo was over 2,000 before he even left the hospital after being born. Yeah. Yeah, there's just all the training he did while his mother was pregnant with him really helped his elo right out the gate.
Wait, what? Hikaru was born?
He's not a machine. uh um Always assumed he was assembled at some lab. Very nice. Okay, so we do have a couple of moves going back to the chess. Sorry, we have one move. So I think Alexandra took a solid 17 minutes right here to kind of figure out the plan forward. But she moves her king out of the way, and she goes for king h8. And I'm wondering if that's signaling her desire to push f4 and put a rook on the g file.
Yes, it should be like this. But again, yes, it's surprised.
Yeah. And it's not super clear. If you're playing with the white pieces, it's not super clear what the path forward is. Because, yeah, sure, this dark square, this dark square bishop is covering a lot of open squares, but the knight's actually doing a decent job counteracting it, and so it's somewhat balanced.
Yeah, I think for black, it's really very important to keep queens on the board to make attack. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm wondering. The thing is, I guess you could play c5 and then transfer the queen over, because I was thinking like, I mean, you want your pieces going towards the king side for an attack. Can't just hang a pawn, right? maybe you lock the structure and then you transfer over at some point.
I think f5, it could be a plan for black at some point, at some move. Yes, black, of course, black, they needs to take risk, and that in the game, not in this position, generally in that game, and all what we can see right now, that's the risk. Because black, they are trying to rebalance this position, yes, to move on queen's side, then on king's side.
Yeah, I'm wondering. You know, it's funny, this knight on a4 looks so silly, but it's actually doing a good job. Like, it's not very easily attacked, and it's doing a good job controlling a lot of these dark squares and protecting the b2 pawn. I don't know. I'm trying to think of ideas, but I mean, even f4 doesn't really quite work because the light square bishop and queen are doing a good job defending. And if you want a knight to help defend, like the knights both have a long way to go before planting themselves on the e7 square. I mean, in fact, I don't even see a way. I actually don't even see a way to route the knight to the e7 square to support the f5 pawn push.
Dear chat, do you like how black are playing in this game? Do you think that they have chances to win? Because it's really important, crucially important for Alexandra Kosteniuk in this round.
Okay. Rook f to c1. What does that change? That changes... I mean, if anything...
I guess white, they want to exchange queens somehow, because of course Alexander Goryachkina understands that the attack is possible with queens, the good attack from black.
So, yeah, and I guess rook f to c1 is really even further discouraging black from taking on d5, because then the queens will exchange and stuff, like Oksana is saying. But Oksana, do you think that rook f to c1 creates another threat, like d takes c6, queen takes, and then pushing c5? It kind of looks like white might play c5.
Yes, it could be. Could be.
I feel like now would be a great time to play c5 and say for black to play c5 and just prevent all of that and say, okay,
Yes.
you got your
Not to
battery,
give
but
yes,
where's it
not to
going?
give away.
Right.
Yeah.
Ooh. But black plays c5 can. I think that might be too committal. I was saying, can black play b4, but I forgot that nothing's supporting b4 right now.
Mm.
I don't know. This is quite a locked like hopefully when the position gets locked, it'll be interesting to see how, yeah, like Illustrax says, like it'll be like it's hard to see how either player makes progress, but they're trying to make all these small maneuvers to find a way through.
So it's a 16th move already.
Yeah, trying to figure out.
The time control is 90 minutes for the first 40 moves. So soon we will have a time pressure. And then after the first control, we will have 30 minutes more for the rest of the game.
Also, random letters. What was the opening? It was a modern defense. So d4 and then g6, and then we went from there. Knight b6 and bishop b7 look like the only way to something the center, giving life to the dark square bishop someday. Knight b6, bishop b7. Well, the issue with knight b6 is you got two pieces hitting it. I guess, I guess you could take with the rook. Would you, like, Oksana, would you take a, no, sorry, excuse me, you can't. Yeah, see, that's, you just go down and exchange.
We can just win
Yeah, sorry.
a piece, yeah.
Alexandra does play for the immediate f5.
F5.
So this will be some fireworks coming shortly, I would think.
Yeah, so she decides to attack and yes, to choose really sharp lines, sharp moves. Probably
I'm just making moves. That's not actually what happened.
probably it's too risky, but who knows? You know, who knows? We are talking about these situations. It is really very tricky round because white play for a draw. It's like a must draw situation, and
Yeah.
black in a must win situation, and it's really hard for both players because it's sometimes it's more about your mentality.
Yeah, this is gonna get complicated because I think a lot of I'm cheating a little bit and I'm using the engine, but a lot of what the engine
Yeah.
wants. Well, first off, chat, like the engine's been wanting D takes C6 like forever and ever and like this whole time. But even after he takes F5, the engine actually in this case it wants C takes D5, but I'm wondering if that's still again like going towards a more drawn game, which Alexandra can't afford to do. So it'll be interesting to see what actually transpires here. Oops, sorry, not that move. Actually, question for chat: where is what is
And
everyone's
your
rating?
hearts.
Yeah,
Where is your hearts?
yeah, that too. And where's what's your rating? I'm not like looking to knock it on anybody or praise anybody. Although if you want some praise, we'll be happy to dish it out. But I'm very curious. And Radon Radon is asking what my rating is. But yeah, I'm about 1500 rapid. And then Radon saying, "Oh, it's a legitimate chess player plus 1300 Kevin." Whoa, whoa, whoa! Who knocked off 200 points off of my rating there? um, yeah, it's yeah, not anything crazy, but 1500. Oh, random letters is also 1500. Beautiful, beautiful. Um, and oh, okay. So Linux, you're saying you've always heard never push F6, but what about F5? I think F5 you always push F5 if it's possible because it's a very nice attacking aggressive pawn break.
Sorry, I will make a photo of my cat because now she's so funny. She's so funny. Ah, no, no, it's not. It wasn't the time for photo.
Oh no.
she, she's awaking.
What is she doing?
She's sleeping.
Oh, okay. Very nice. Um wow. Okay, so random letters is already 1500 rated, but they only started playing in March. It's a pretty fast climb.
Wow, yeah, it's a great progress. Yeah.
Um okay. Okay. Apparently the F pawn is a auto mod no go. It's not allowed on the moderation bots, but don't worry Linux, I approved your message. They're saying that Alexandra is 2500 and Linux is only 1000 rated, so she could have a single pawn and beat Linux, so I guess she can push the F pawn. Yeah. No, I like F5. It's just you're telling me that you're gonna look at this position for 10 seconds and know how to respond. Like this is definitely gonna be very complex continuation here. Like does white take on F5? Do they finally take on D6? Who knows, right? It's all very murky.
Yeah, it's looking good for time pressure also because Alexander Goryachkina, she's thinking now about 7 minutes. So
Yeah,
that's good.
true.
So you can play online and you can find a lot of friends.
True. Yeah, Aladdin in the Discord servers, right? Um, not even a standalone computer. Okay. It's interesting that Random said that they've had a slow yet steady climb to 1500 because I feel like a lot of the chess improvements that a lot of people have, myself included, it kind of jumps. It's like you're doing all this training and then it like jumps, and then you're doing all this training and then like, it jumps again. It's like it's funny that they've had a steady linear path like that. Like I feel like no journey is usually that linear. It's always like a little bumpy, but maybe that means they have a pretty high ceiling.
Yeah, it's interesting because I remember, I don't remember exactly age, but I couldn't make a candidate because we in our national rank we have candidate title before master, and I tried a lot, and at this point I just decided I don't play chess anymore. But then I just went back after 1 year, and I don't know how it happened because during this year I didn't play chess. But then when I came back, I just had a candidate after the first 2 tournaments, I guess.
Wow.
So yeah, so sometimes you never know when this jump will happen.
Yeah. Would you still do like any puzzles or casual games, or was it like no chess at all for that year?
For that year,
Yeah, like was it no tournaments that year, or was it like literally completely no training or anything?
yes, literally no training, no tournaments, nothing.
Wow. Yeah. Sometimes the most productive thing to do is take a break.
Yeah, yeah.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah, because probably sometimes you get tired of some routine, and you need some inspiration. Oh, we have a new move on our board. E takes f5.
Mm-hmm. And Alexandra takes back with the G pawn. Very willing to sacrifice a pawn for some activity and open files and access to White's king.
Mm-hmm.
So we have some attacking chess in store for you, chat, today. And that's what we expected, and
Yeah,
that's what we're getting.
a little bit pressure. I even like to play street players anywhere. Have you ever play with street players, Kevin?
I have not, but that is one of my dreams is to do that. Are they typically quite strong, or right, or is it a pretty big range?
Yeah, sometimes you really can find really good street players.
I think the oh, sorry.
Yeah, especially in some, in some like chess countries.
I think my issue is that normally, so chess in my local scene is not like a big thing, but I think if I ever do travel to different cities where there is the chess park, like I think in Miami, there's like a huge chess park there. And the issue is that when I travel with my girlfriend, she's like, let's go do like more fun things. Like, oh, just one game, just one game. No, it's like, oh. Testing, testing. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
perfect.
everything is fine.
Okay, sorry about that. I unplugged my microphone on accident. Yeah, I guess it's a selfish thing for me to do when we travel, I guess, but maybe I'll still work on it. I'll work on the persuasion.
Yeah, sometimes it's really very, very nice to find some chess club or a chess park in other country or even in your own country and to have fun.
Professional streamer, yeah. The professional streamer always accidentally unplugging the microphone. That's the it's room for improvement. Okay, we're all always working on our craft, whether it's chess or technology, and it's all good. It's all good. Um,
What kind of toy is this on your microphone?
oh, okay, yeah. And for chat who can't quite see it, it is a dumpling.
Dumpling?
Yeah, it's a Chinese dumpling. There it is.
I thought that it's a rabbit.
No, it's a dumpling. Actually, well, I don't have it downstairs, but upstairs I have like a dumpling light, so you can like click a button and the whole thing just glows. But yep, it's.
I also thought that probably it's do you know Miyazaki? So he has some heroes like this in his animation.
Yeah, I don't think it's. Yeah, I don't think it's a Miyazaki
Are you
dumpling.
sure? Are you sure that it's a dumpling?
Yeah. But I love the Miyazaki films. All of those
Yeah.
are amazing. I don't know if chat can relate, but if you can, um what is your favorite Miyazaki film? That's very.
My favorite is Totoro. And
Yes.
yeah, when I had my first car, I put a vinyl Totoro on one side.
That's amazing. Yeah, Totoro, absolute classic. I think my favorite's probably Princess Mononoke. But
Yeah,
a lot of good
also
ones.
very, very good.
Yeah. Do you think the dumpling looks like a character from like Spirited Away, or do you think it looks like Totoro?
Yeah, it's like a character from some animation.
Yeah. And also, I just want to say, so Aladdin's saying, "Oh, a Chinese dumpling made of a real Chinese person." Well, hold on. I think that dumplings like can take so many different forms. Like, isn't a pierogi basically the same thing as a dumpling? So, I just want to clarify, it's a Chinese dumpling.
What's inside this dumpling?
It's probably going to be some ground pork, some chives, ginger, soy sauce, like cooking wine.
No,
like
soy sauce is outside usually.
no, and inside
Inside as well?
in the mixture.
Okay.
Yeah, yep. And some Chinese cooking wine. And then you can put some other stuff in it. Oh, eggs.
No, you cannot be too old for Miyazaki. It's very old animation. I will have a look on year. You cannot be.
Oh.
Because, for example, this Totoro animation, it's 1988 year, so yeah.
Yeah. So okay. Also, so Radon's saying red bean or riot, but red bean is not in a dumpling. That's in a bun. So if you're talking about buns, those are completely different category from dumplings. Yeah. Red bean can be in a dumpling. I think that's a bun. That's definitely a bun.
Yeah, Studio Ghibli. Yeah, that's my kind of dream to visit a Studio Ghibli in Tokyo. I've been to Tokyo, but at that time, unfortunately, I didn't have time to visit it, and over you need to buy tickets 1 month before or something like
gosh.
that. Yeah.
Like going to Disney World.
Yeah. But also, I've heard that I guess in Japan they just opened as Ghibli's World. It's like a Disney World, but it's from Miyazaki's animation.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of fun there. That's sad you couldn't go. That's like it's a really cool place.
Yeah.
So should we get back to the chess? I think we took a good detour. I mean, as much as I love Miyazaki films, I think we should probably get back to it. But the big thing here is how do you make progress, right? You just gambited a pawn. Do you jump in with a knight and just transfer all your pieces over to the king side? Seems like the best plan to me. But the computer seems to like c takes d5 as well. But again, I think the issue with c takes d5 is the computer just trying to fight in a slightly worse endgame, or not endgame, but like slightly worse position with queens off the board. So I'm not particularly a fan of c takes d5. I think it makes more sense to transfer pieces over and start this attack. how Alexandra decides to move forward. And that's how she goes forward. Is knight d to f6.
Yes, of course, Black trying to complicate lines, but of course it's very hard to make it. And engine thinks that white is much better now.
Well, I mean, they are up a pawn and they can decide to trade down a little bit, right? But still up to white to figure out how to convert versus not just convert, but also like to defend.
Actually, yes, it's like a pawn sacrifice, yes. So we usually has sacrifice because of some advantage. Do they have some advantage here?
I think the compensation is coming in the form of the open G file, right? The one thing that I am a little bit worried about is just like a move like, I mean, if the knight on e2 ever moves, then the queen is always doing a good job defending on the g2 square. So Black's gonna have to really have a lot of pieces coordinated and facing kingside for this attack to work. And you know, forget what the engine says for a moment. Like, I definitely like the idea to gambit a pawn for this, you know, for this attacking chance, because you might as well go and play a sharp idea, whether it's a big attack or, you know, this interesting opening and everything. If you just sit there and play solid chess and go and it goes to a draw, then you're eliminated anyway. So might as well go and really challenge your opponent with appropriate defense and all that fun stuff. Yeah, so hey, Sosa with the raid. Welcome in, buddy. Welcome in. Shout out to Sosa. Yeah, definitely. Oh wait, sorry, typo. Oh, Cloudbot is asleep. Well, we can do this manually.
It's funny because I decided to check the tournament hall broadcasting, what's happening now there, and an official broadcasting is they decided to show an interview with Tanya. And I thought, what, they just finished their game? But no, it's an interview from yesterday.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
They're repurposing the content, you know. But yeah. Also hope your stream went well. Welcome in. Yeah. The professional layout. This is courtesy of Chess Queen, by the way. So. Also, yeah. And yeah, we're supporting and commentating the Chess Queen, Alexandra Kosteniuk. It is trademarked, if you're wondering. so no one can steal the name. It's officially trademarked.
Yes. Who are these people on the Chess Queen's account?
Right. Right, we're not thieves. We have permission. We promise. Okay, wow. So we were talking about what's the elo of the chatters. Well, Sosa is actually 1900 rated in bullet, which is quite quite impressive. I mean, I am the slowest player on the planet Earth, and I mean, I'm just happy to be in the 4 digits of bullet, because everything else is I don't really do much bullet chess in general.
Oh, I stopped to play bullet because it's not really good for your chess.
Yeah, that's my plan too. Is I'll come back to bullet after I'm strong enough to play it. Like, I feel like 1500 rapid is not exactly all that strong for where I want to be. So, gonna have to work on that before we play more bullet. Okay. If white doesn't take bishop takes c8, would black trade the bishops then take on d5? Well, it's a good question. The issue with that question though is that if white doesn't take on c8, what are they doing? They're probably taking here, then and then taking on c8. But okay, let's just say d takes c6. You could take, and then takes on c6. But has this really improved the position? And I think the issue is that, oh my god, like why would the queen self-pin itself, or not pin itself? Why would the queen go to a square where it can allow a discovery? Well, the only piece defending the knight on h5 is the knight that needs to move out of the way for the discovery. So it's not particularly ideal here. Although that could be a way to like get rid of. No, it doesn't work.
Oh, we have a big comment here.
Oh. Whoa. Okay, so Linux thinks that the world title match should be 24 games. That's insane. I'm not saying it's like insane, like completely wrong, but I personally I don't think I would agree with it. But that's 24 classical games sounds like a lot.
Yes, right now it seems even impossible. Can you imagine it? Because in that time when they had the 24 games, they played during 2 or 3 months sometimes.
Yeah. That's yeah, it's a long time.
Because I never I don't know the correct word for that in English, but in that time also they could stop the game after the 4th moves, and just to play later after a few days or in special day for such games.
Is it called adjourning? Adjourn?
Adjourn.
Yeah, I think.
Adjourn. Yes. I think it's It's the right word. Yes.
The only reason why I know that word is because of the Queen's Gambit on Netflix. 'Cause-
Yeah, so you see, that's good.
exactly. Yeah. Oh, very interesting comment from Arcady. Uh, they say let Goryachkina count her pawns. The 12th world champion counts the pace and looks for her king, Kosteniuk style. So yes, very much so. Sure, you can hold on to the extra pawn. It's not on the board anymore, but we'll see what you think after everything transfers over kingside and an attack is formed.
But as my sister says, that the only piece that like have a special thing, it's a pawn, because pawn has a dream
Oh
to
yeah,
be a queen.
yeah, true, true.
Yeah.
Speaking of chess pieces, I know, chat. I hope I didn't disappoint you because I didn't show up in a full suit like I did on day one. But I figured day one we had a draw, so I couldn't go back to a dress code where we had a draw. So I put a different sweatshirt on, and it has all the chess pieces on it. So there you go.
Do you know that yeah, probably not in this base, but in the last past, chess players, some of chess players, they had some like superstitions. So and about they dress as well.
Oh, like yeah, they would like to wear the same outfit or the same one part of
Yeah.
the outfit. It's always the same.
Yes. Until you lose your game.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's like Dingley Ren at the candidates, right? He on day one of the candidates, he had the same chair as everyone else. It was like the huge tall chairs, and then he switched it out for like a much smaller chair. And he was the only person with like a small chair.
Probably it's not only about chess players, it's about sportsmen.
True.
They have such things.
Okay. So we do see the bishop taking.
Oh, so we can see exchange.
Whoa. Okay, so
Okay. Rook F takes D8. Mm-hmm.
do you think Alexandra playing for C takes D5 now? But I think first off, white can play D takes C6. But if white doesn't take on C6, then can black take and apply some pressure? Or I guess simply, I don't know.
Yes, I think it's because of B6 square. It's not a good square just to give it away for to white.
True. Also, welcome in, Anna C. Welcome, welcome. From Argentina. Or Argentina. Ooh, yeah. Random says she's got something cooking. I think she does. I think she does. We're gonna have to see what she is cooking up for the menu tonight because it's looking stormy. Something's a brewing.
Queen's, yeah, Queen's cookie.
Oh. Okay. You know what looks a little bit annoying though?
Mhm.
Okay, never mind.
So yeah, we have a new move
Yeah.
on our board. Yeah.
So I think Goryachkina saw c takes d5 as probably a pretty big nuisance, so she sidesteps it with queen to d2.
Mhm.
But I thought something else that looked annoying would have been g4. And especially now because everything is pointing that way.
Yeah, could be.
Well, now that the queen's no longer on the c file, do you just go back to rook g8?
But it's a temp, and of course in chess, temp is really very important.
But the one thing that I kind of like about rook g8 is that if g4 were to come, then do you even need to move the knight? Because there could be some interesting discoveries at least, but I don't know. Depends.
What do you think? How many tie breaks will be tomorrow? One tie break, two tie breaks, or no tie breaks?
My vote is for 2, because this is obviously this is quite a wild looking game, so eval bar might eventually crack and go the other direction, but it's definitely up to the chess queen to continue applying pressure here.
I hope at least one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I say hopefully 2, just because if there's one, it could be the wrong one.
Yes, but when we say we hope that at least one, we understand. So, what about we are talking?
Yeah. Oh, and one more comment on the sweatshirt. If you do, this is a little bit of a self plug, but if you do want one of these sweatshirts, let me know, because it's actually a sweatshirt that I sell, and again, it's the all the chess pieces. It looks a little blurry because the camera is not focusing, but it's focusing on the dumpling right now.
It's nice. It's nice.
Yeah, there's that and a lot of other fun little shirts and hoodies that people can buy.
Oh.
Yes,
Once
it is on Etsy.
I had experience with the t-shirts and with some chess souvenirs. We organized chess cup of Alexandra Kosteniuk for it's a kids tournament in Russia, and so we made some really nice t-shirts.
That's cool. Is that like a annual event?
It's yes, we had. Oh, I even don't remember. We had about 10 or 11, 12 tournaments, and it was every year, yes, but after all this situation with the coronavirus, of course, it stopped, and then it was complicated.
Yeah. I think that disrupted a lot of things in the world, and
Um,
chess was no exception there. But on the bright side, it did bring a lot more people to chess after the Queen's Gambit. I feel like if the Queen's Gambit came out anytime when it wasn't during the pandemic, then not as many people would have dove into the game. Because when everyone's sitting around at home, maybe I should play chess. I feel like a lot more people were willing to try it.
yeah, somehow online events even was much bigger than it was before, and I remember in this time it was really nice chess tournament for non-professional chess players. It was like a corporate world uh, championship between different corporate companies in the world. And I even participated in this tournament with my team of a business school.
That's cool.
Yeah,
That's
and
doesn't exist anymore.
it was just once, but it was a really big event because even FIDE, they didn't expect that so many companies would like to play and to participate in this. And there was, I guess, about 300 companies. It was
Whoa.
Airbus, Amazon, Facebook, probably, if I remember right. And every team could take some like extra player, not from their company. And even Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi, they are participated in this event. Yes.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible. I can't believe they like I feel like they had to have known that they were going to get some crazy chess professionals to play.
Yes, and after that, for example, my team, they were so excited, and we decided as our chess club of our business school, we decided to make our own event and to invite chess teams of business schools. And so we organized this event in last year, yeah.
Wait, like you were you personally helped organize the corporation chess event?
Not corporate, but
The
the
business
other
school?
event,
Okay, nice.
yeah, for business school.
Very cool. That's awesome. And we have sorry, just one comment on the chess in the and we have e4 as a candidate move from Arcady, and actually e4 looks appealing because if you take, then the knight gets a nice little square on e5, and this knight on h5 can rotate back, and these two knights would be quite useful. But either way, yeah, this is e5 is apparent. Oh, sorry, e4 is the top engine move. So very good find from Arcady in chat. And well, actually, now that we're on move 20, it might be time for a good halfway break, since we're halfway to the bonus time control. At
Yeah.
move 40, the players will get an extra 30 minutes on their clock, and for now we're at move 20. So both players managing their time pretty well with half an hour left for the next 20 moves. Okay, we go to the break.
Yes, let's have a short break and we will back after 5 minutes. Yeah.
Sounds good. I'm pretty much out of water, so we'll be filling up. Hopefully chat is taking care of themselves as well. All right, see you soon.
Stay with us.
And we are back. Sorry for the extended break, chat, but let's see where we are in the game.
Yes, welcome to the live broadcast of Women's Candidates Tournament Pool B. We are watching our matches. In Pool B, we have two. Alexandra Kosteniuk versus Alexandra Goryachkina and Katerina Lagno versus Tan Zhenyi. So today is the fourth round.
It's it's the fourth round in a 4-game match. So if it's tied after 4 rounds, then it will be a tiebreak day tomorrow. I think it's some rapid games, and if it's still tied after the rapid games, then they go into blitz. But right now, Alexandra Kosteniuk is down 1-2 in the quarterfinals match against Alexandra Goryachkina. So she needs to win on demand with the black pieces. So she's played some complicating lines. We're trying to see how she will break through. Meanwhile, in the other quarterfinals, you have Tang Zhongyi and Katerina Lagno, who have had 3 draws so far, and with the 4th one, they will definitely be headed towards tiebreaks.
Yeah, so the question, will we need tomorrow tie breaks or no? Of course, we hope that in match of 2 Alexandras, we gonna have tomorrow tie break.
Yeah.
But of course, it's really, really difficult situation for both players.
And we actually have quite a few moves since the break. So let's show everybody what's been going on. We left when Alexandra Kosteniuk was going to make move 20, and she opted for rook b3. Kind of trying to infiltrate in White's territory a little bit. White responded with knight a to c3, saying, nope, you should, not be doing anything productive here. So the 2 knights and the pawn, all of it supporting this knight, and the pawn is supported by the queen. So after that, we get queen b7, adding pressure to the b2 pawn, and b2 is what we see next. And now, wow, okay, now we have now we have knight takes d5. Very, very interesting idea. Wait, am I seeing this right?
Of course, Alexandra Kosteniuk, she is trying to have a risk because she needs to play only for win, but it seems to me that it's too risky.
Yeah. So, okay, I see. I missed the fact that that black took on d5. So c takes d5, c takes d5, and then the knight takes because you have this little nice intermezzo. It looks like, whoa, we just lost a knight. It's defended. What are we doing? Well, rook takes rook first, deflecting the queen away. Now when queen takes on d5, it is still guarding the rook, and material is actually even, but in terms of king safety, now you might be able to argue that black's king is a little bit less safe than white's king, and also the pawn might be falling here. Wait, this pawn's just hanging, right? Or can you not take that? I don't know, but that is a lot of transformations that just happened in the position, and yeah, so that was a interestingly timed break. Oh. Oh my god, wait. Oh, Shogi. Oh, okay, sorry. Shogi,
Oh, what
welcome to the...
happened?
Oh, there's a Shogi streamer that raided. Thank you for the raid.
Oh,
Apologies that we were on the
oh.
break, but shout out.
Okay, thank you so much.
We are covering well, yeah, we're covering the FIDE women's candidates, and yeah, hoping for some tie breaks tomorrow. Okay. Linux has some chocolate, so that's good. Also, water for that all-important hydration. Cheers. Cheers to you. There we go.
Yeah, so cheers to you. Also trying to hydrate.
Do you think... I guess what is White thinking about here? Because wouldn't you just take the free pawn, or are you looking to... oh wait, excuse me. The bishop is hanging, so probably knight c3 again to cut off the rook. Because earlier, right before the knights got traded off on the d5 square, the knight was on c3 doing a good job blocking this rook from doing anything productive. But now that the knight's no longer on c3, the bishop's hanging. So either you want to move the bishop or simply block the rook again.
Yeah, I think that knight c3 it's a good move. Because of course you want all the pieces back to the center as much as it possible, and to make them more active. Of course, it's always good to you.
Yeah, and it also comes with tempo on the queen, and like it's always good when you can improve a piece and have like gain a tempo on your opponent, right? Because knight c3, and I think black would just play queen b7 to help save the a pawn. And even though there's not some crazy checkmating attack anymore, well, at least the compensation is that black has these two connected pawns in the center now. Okay. And we see neither of... Oh, sorry, we don't see knight c3. We see rook at d1. And all of a sudden...
Oh, rook d1. Wow. It's interesting, you see, because we discussed, and I guess we will discuss more and more this situation, because white, they really needs only a draw in this round, and black, they need only a win. And psychologically, it's really very difficult to play in both situations. Probably even for black is easier to play, because they can risk and they know that, okay, only I have is a risk.
Yeah.
So let's have it. Let's have a fun.
Right, like there might not be as much of a roller coaster of emotions because you know you're always back against the wall, but for white, maybe it's like, oh, I could play something a little bit riskier for a win, but maybe even though that's the best move, we'll play something safer. Maybe that's what Goryachkina is thinking, but The big thing here is that I'm seeing like basically Goryachkina probably wants the queens off the board, but you know, maybe she's thinking like queen b7, but Alexander Kosteniuk could find rook takes b2, and she does. Rook takes b2, rook takes here, and rook takes queen. But the alternative would be like,
oh no, she made already a move for rook takes b2.
yes, and all of a sudden she's at least equalized, but the issue is if it's equalized to a draw, then it's not so great. But she can equalize to a endgame where she at least has counterplay, or at least if she can keep either of the two pawns, the D or the A pawn, then I think we would be in great shape. But I'm not so sure we can do that, because I think queen c8, queen g8.
It sounds interesting. Equalize to win.
Right. I think white keeps their chances of at least a draw, if not winning, with queen c8.
Yeah, sure.
Queen g8 and taking the A pawn. Because if they take and trade off queens this way and take on d6.
Yeah, so unfortunately, this pawn on d6 is just going away, and what do we have for a win?
Yeah, I think at least one of these pawns are gonna fall, maybe both. The trick is how do you hold on to one of those? Okay, rook takes d5. But I think this might not be so bad, because sure the d pawn falls, but can't you? What do you think, Oksana? How do you like Black's chances here?
It seems interesting to me because white had a better position, but they decided not to play for a win, but obviously play for a draw. Is it okay for white or not? This is the question.
Right. So I think Black had to pretty much either play King G8 or Bishop F8, just so they don't get pinned and lose a piece. And this way, White can't just go and grab the A pawn just yet because the knight is still hanging. If White forgets about that, then hey, that'd be phenomenal. But but no, I think probably gonna protect it. I mean, it'd be natural to bring the king forward, either of these two squares. Yeah.
Okay, we have our pawn on a file.
The white has to address this first, but I don't. It's actually not that easy to hold on to the A pawn. I guess you can play rook A2 though. So it's gonna get dicey here, but yeah, hopefully White's attempts to simplify into a draw can be avoided somehow, but I mean, the only real chance to avoid the draw seems to be all in the A pawn at this point. Oh, yeah, random saying the bishop's gonna look at A1. But also you don't want to give away all your pawns. Because the pawn has to move, and the pawn can't really move forward right now.
Yeah, but I think we don't really need to move it because the more important to move a pawn in this position, because obviously that on the king's side, white have advantage. But it seems right now like a draw to me, but who knows? In end games, sometimes we can surprise.
Right, and just to talk about time as a factor, Goryachkina does have 18 minutes. They need to make, I believe, 12 moves to make time control. So, she's got about a couple minutes per move. So is that enough time to calculate an endgame and basically how to stop the A pawn from running? We will find out.
Yeah, so now it's time to think about the main strategy for endgame, to decide how to play for the next moves.
Yeah, and Arcady is saying that rook a2 is the solution to keep the A pawn, but I think we do have to be a little bit careful. Well, first kind of avoiding these dark squares with tempo, but also even like I feel like it might be a scenario where the rook runs out of squares to go to, unless it sits on A1 at some point, because the bishop and the knight could pair well to kick the rook around. And yeah, you just gotta watch out for how the pieces coordinate. Hey, do we see a move? Okay, we see king f1.
King f1.
Very accurate. Now I feel like probably safe to play a5 or rook a2. And the reason, like, a5 could also be useful just because you would like to get, ideally, the pawn to a dark square, but it's still a little bit unclear because, like, both colors have a dark square bishop. Oops, sorry. a2. Yeah, random. Then the classic problem of having to move out of the way. So the rook a2, great for keeping the pawn alive. Not so great for allowing the pawn to promote. Like, at some point the rook needs to get out of the way while protecting the pawn. So I'm assuming that's where all of black's other pieces will make the long journey over at some point. Hopefully defended by the king walking over as well. But we will find out. Yeah, it's also very difficult because black has 3 different pawn islands, versus white having all of theirs together. So if you are trying to support your A pawn in promoting, you might drop either the E or the H pawn, and that would get a lot more difficult to win because I feel like white could sacrifice plenty of material and just push all their pawns to promote. That's always something you have to worry about as well.
And also the question for black, how to include your king into the game, because now the black king is obviously has not so many space and not so many ways to reach his pieces. But how do we know? King in the end game, it's really important piece.
Yeah, need active kings. So, oof.
So we can see two moves more, g4 and knight f6.
Yeah,
Because here is only one move to go.
I think the knight's got some interesting. The knight has a tough journey ahead of it. I don't know how this knight really
Yeah.
gets forward. G4, what a move. I don't know, it's not so simple. I know this is a tense moment, but I think, you know, it's probably a time for some hefty calculation. Goryachkina continue to try and figure out how to either convert or at minimum hold that draw. Should we do a quick check-in on the Katarina Logno and Tanju Jongyi game?
Yeah, yes, let's have.
been a
Yeah,
while.
sure.
Okay, so we will toggle over very quickly, and again, as tradition has held true, Katarina Logno is down on clock, but I will remind you, chat, that in the first game, Katarina had 8 minutes on her clock, Tang Jungyi had 30 minutes plus, and then by the time we got to move 35 or so, it was completely flipped. Like, Katarina Logno still had 8 minutes, and Tang Jungyi was the one with 3 minutes and scrambling to make the time control. So anything can happen.
Yeah.
Anything can happen, but in this position, it looks very symmetrical and pretty safe to play as either color. White offering a trade queen.
I've checked a few moves ago, and Katerina Lagno, she had a little advantage, but as you can see now, it's not so.
And at this point, the two players here are probably heading towards, well, maybe if the queens come off the board, they're probably heading towards a quick handshake. And there you have it, the queens come off the board. They might be heading towards a quick handshake and a little bit of an early rest so that they can play the tiebreakers tomorrow. Yeah, that seems like it's pretty much a decisive result. Not decisive in the sense of a win or a loss, but more in the sense that it's pretty clear what the result will be.
Yeah, probably they can repeat some moves right away. Yes, because what move do they have right now?
They're only on move 30.
Yeah. So as we remember, the players they need to make at least 40 moves for making a draw. So before this move, they cannot agree. Not only in the way of 3 moves repeated.
So F6. So maybe they're gonna continue to trade everything down, but yeah, either a repetition or trading material down. That's gonna be the way to go for them. And in the meantime, I think we get back to the Battle of the Alexandras.
Yes. So we can see a few moves more on the boards.
Oh. So knight F6, knight G3, and king F7, trying to find a way forward.
So Goryachkina decided to play on her king side straight away. Let's see, is it a good plan or no? But look, right now Goryachkina, she has 13 minutes against 23 minutes. So Alexandra Kosteniuk, she has 10 minutes advantage. Okay.
Hopefully there's gonna be a situation for some hefty calculation, but what's considered heavy calculation to these players? That's what I'm scared of, because as Oksana has enlightened us today, a lot of these players do a lot of visualization and calculation training. So what may seem quite crazy to us is not so crazy for these players. But perhaps if we're lucky enough, it'll be taking as much time as possible, so that it'll be more difficult to calculate accurately.
You know, it's really very interesting to go and to working with some chess players right after the round, because they are always talking about their game and they make these calculations without chessboards, and it's like they chess language.
Yeah.
It's very interesting to watch.
Yep. Well, that's yeah. It's chess is a universal language, but there's varying degrees of fluency. Some people are experts, and some people are conversational, and some people are illiterate. But yeah, no, I think it is exciting to see like some of those players be able to go through all those lines so deeply. It's like impressive to see. But then on the other hand, it's nice to be able to have someone break it down into a digestible, bite-sized way to understand it. I think probably why a lot of the chess YouTubers and everything like Agamator and Gotham Chess do pretty well, because they do all their recaps of all the professionals, right? In a way that they do it in a way that anyone who's conversational in the language of chess can understand.
Yeah.
What do we see? G5. Those random in chat was suggesting like maybe knight F5. but instead Goryachkina looks for g5 instead, and it's not
So
really clear.
she decided to play active in the endgame, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not really clear how this knight's gonna get back into the game all that much. Like I said before, it's got a wild journey ahead of it. Just because it was gonna get booted around with g4 and even g5. The rook will move, but to which square? Rook b6 seems pretty natural. Now, do you bring? Oh no, you can't. I was gonna say, do you bring your knight forward? I think maybe rook b7 to pin it would be quite annoying.
Yeah, probably it's not the right time to go to c7, but
Yeah, time to just grab a pawn.
no, I like a pawn because it's
Oh, true.
it
Yeah.
could be a chance somehow, but it could be.
In that case, you have to play bishop f8, a5, and then lock the bishop and pawn here, and then your rook is active again. Because that could be a solution, right? Is that your rook is the most valuable piece left on the board. So why not try to pair the pawn with the dark square bishop, and then reactivate your own rook? Could that be a plan there?
If you will play a5, I don't really like that white. They have really active rook, and it doesn't give in some lines to our king to go somewhere. So we have a move on the board. Bishop f8. Engine doesn't like this move.
I know it doesn't like it because it was my idea.
So
that's when you know that you're getting in some trouble, is that you're taking the moves out of my page, out of my book. Yeah, I was worried about rook b7 just because, I mean, what, the king goes back to g8, right? And when the king goes to g8, well,
Yeah.
first off, I think rook b8 would even also be annoying.
But why we can't play king e6 because of pawn? Because of pawn on h7, yeah?
Right, so you're either playing king g8 or king g6, but g6 doesn't look fun because the pawns just comes rolling, and I think that might be a checkmate soon. So I think you have to just stand on g8, and then yeah, like that, like you're talking about king activity being very, very important in endgames, and when the rook's on the b file, it's very difficult for the king to be active.
Yes.
Okay, but yeah, chat. I think king g6 is for the brave-hearted, but I don't know if it's for the people that survive.
Yeah, it's too dangerous because of h4, and probably in some lines it will be a checkmate for for black.
Yeah.
It's too dangerous. So I guess there is only one way, king g8, because we don't want to give away our pawn. It's
Yeah.
too risky too.
It's really unfortunate because black needs to win, right? Because if you go king g8 and rook b8, I mean, you could go back to king f7 to protect both pieces, but then
And
you get
it
checked
can
again.
be, yes, 3 times repeat.
Right. So
yeah, we have already this move.
And I mean, if you're Goryachkina looking for a draw, rook b8 seems great, because not only is rook b8 kind of toggling back between and forth like an easy draw with not many options from white for black.
Do we have some options with knight, or it's too risky?
That's what I'm trying to figure out, but it seems...
Yeah, knight c7, bishop c5, knight e6. Yeah, but it's probably...
That looks...
And then king f7 back.
Let's see. Oh, I thought maybe bishop b4, but even just taking, really good for white. Because you're still pinned, and I think, yeah. Okay, sorry. Let's follow the moves. King g8, rook b8, king f7.
Yeah, okay. We see king f7 back already on board, so it can be a draw in few moves. Unfortunately, for this match.
Yeah, but I mean, even if it would be a draw, even if it's either draw or go into a little bit of an aggressive... I don't know. I mean, I feel like you have to fight on anyway, right? And go for some sort of plan, knight c7 or something. But Arkady seems to think that rook b7 and king e6, giving up this pawn, but trying to continue to play on with the a pawn would be a better alternative. But I think
a little bit madness.
Yeah, I think giving up the h pawn and letting these two pawns roll, like black's pieces are already quite passive. It's really difficult to stop those two passed pawns that are connected. So I think the better play, as depressing as it sounds, is to probably leave the king on g8 and jump around with a knight.
Dear chess fans, it's a draw already on our board, so it means that Goryachkina won this match, and we don't have tie breaks tomorrow for this pair. Probably but I guess we'll have, yes, only one tie break in Katerina Lagno and Tan Juni. So it's, of course, it's a little bit, not a little bit, it's a big sadness for us, if to be honest, because of course we dreamed to win this match, but it's chess, of course, and we wish good luck to Alexandra Goryachkina. It's a long way in this cycle anyway, but I have a good news, because Alexandra, she texted me right before the broadcasting that if she will lose, she will join us today. So we are waiting for her.
So yeah, and but I think we can relay all of chat's sentiments because and we all share the same sentiment that Alexandra played her heart out, and a big congratulations to her fighting, but not just for her fighting in this match, but for also winning the World Cup, right, and qualifying and getting to this point. I think it's easy to feel the defeat because it's in the moment, but you know it's it was a long road to get to this point too, and it was a lot accomplished in the last year of chess for her.
Yes, for sure. For many years, if you are able to fight for the main title again, so it costs a lot.
Right.
And it says a lot. So, but okay, I don't know what time do we need for Alexandra, but we are waiting. You can write down your emotions, your questions.
Yes, everyone ask your questions, and we will try to make sure we ask as many as we can from the chat.
So anyway, it was a really tough match. If to be honest, yes, because both players they had chances. They both made mistakes at some points, but sometimes just a little advantage in knockout system is already enough to win.
Yeah, and
Okay, our chess queen, she's ready to join us. Woohoo!
right, and I think I have a. Okay. I think I have an overlay ready, so let me go ahead and switch to it. It might look a little funny at first, chat, but don't worry, it should fix itself as soon as we get a third camera in here.
Hello?
Hello,
Привет,
hello.
привет!
Yep. Can you hear me?
We can?
Yeah.
Good. Because you never know with these headphones and everything.
Oh, so you have so cutie headphones.
Well, I didn't feel like taking a real microphone, so I took this headphones with mic.
Very nice. Well, we can hear you pretty well, so out.
Good. Are we live?
Sorry?
Are we live or not yet?
We are
Yes,
live.
we are already.
Uh-huh. Okay. My internet here is not so great,
Mhm.
so I'm not sure.
We can hear you. It's not not breaking up. We can hear you pretty clearly.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Good. Well, I'm in the classroom. I think you're there to analyze the game.
Yep, we can do that.
But okay, I can, since the internet is not working very well here, I can just, summarize
Yeah.
a little bit without really getting into a specific analysis. Well, definitely, I lost my chances yesterday. I had a great position yesterday, and I misplayed it. I had a big advantage at one point yesterday. But yeah.
I think yesterday the move that lost the advantage was
At this
King
point,
H2.
yeah.
Yes, e5. Well, the computer, of course, indicates it's good for the computer because it doesn't. It's not afraid of all this attack because I can't move it. Should I somehow? Can you make me a host there in the classroom, or so I can? Because I can't move the pieces.
Sure. Let me.
I'm not sure.
Let me refresh because I couldn't see that you were in there. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm in
Can you
there,
move
but
now?
somehow. Good. Good. Yeah, so e5, yeah, the computer gives a big advantage, but the problem is that during the game, like you're always scared of these knights, even though you know that it shouldn't bring anything like specific. Like the computer, I think, just ignores it and plays b5, but it's quite scary during the game.
Right.
And I was calculating all the time all these jumps, and yeah, that's why I didn't dare to play 5. I played like the safer way, but here suddenly the position became quite unpleasant. And unfortunately, I mean, I realized that I have to make a draw here as fast as possible. Rook c6 was very tempting, but the problem was that I was calculating the line, this line, 97. Uh, '97, rook e6, and if knight f6, I saw that it should be like a draw because there is no way for black to make a progress. It's some kind of perpetual.
Right.
But unfortunately for me, I saw one more move for black, which made me not opt for rook c6. So here, queen g4, h5, and unfortunately, I didn't see queen f3 or queen f4, which is harder. It's like quite difficult line.
Yes.
I didn't
That's
notice
why
it.
king takes
So
rook is e6.
yes, if queen takes and queen f8, and I'm even better here. So it seems that black has to agree on a draw, and in that case, rook c6, of course, would have been like a good move. I played knight d3 after a very long thought. It's also okay, and actually, I played this move with the idea to play g3 here, which seemed to be quite like the easiest way to make a draw. Because if she plays rook a8, my idea is just to try to exchange this knight by putting some pressure. And if she exchanges, well, okay, we reach this, I don't know, rook endgame. Probably I have to play b5 first, I don't know. But it should be a draw, or very close to a draw. Maybe b5 first if she plays, or it's the same thing. Anyway, it should be very close to a draw. And in that case, it would have been better to play like this. I played rook c6. And here, in time trouble, I went for knight e5, which seemed to be a nice idea. But I mean, it's like a study-like way to save the game. The easiest way, I think, the more human way to play would be to play g4, and then try to, create some counterplay on the king side. Because if she plays king d5, if she goes towards my pawn, I can always, I think, counterattack and then sacrifice the bishop for the passed pawn. So it also should be a draw. And even knight e5 seems to be a draw, but it's like a very tough one. Here, my last chance was here to save the game. And the only way here is to play king g3. Because the only counterplay that I can get is via h5. And in the game, I played bishop e1. The game is over because she's in time to get her knight to e6. And if I go with my king to h4, she can always play knight g7 and stop the king. So there is no way to break through anymore. While here I can try. Well, I calculated this line, but somehow I thought that king e4 will be too strong. But in fact, after king e4, of course, I have to see it before playing king g3. b5 is very strong because I do have some counterplay with my passed pawn. And apparently it's a draw. I mean, yeah, she can go back. But then I think I can take. If she takes with the pawn, then my king gets to h5 and my h pawn is too strong. If she takes with the knight, I go king g4 and I'm threatening to play h4, h5. Still not so clear. I mean, but thanks to this passed pawn, I think I have good chances to survive. Although, of course, like the main mistake in the game was, yeah, my decision not to play e5 because she played d5, which seems to be a bad move. I mean, her position is quite unpleasant already. After e5, yeah, I could have asked her a lot of unpleasant questions. That was my possibility here. And well, if we talk about the whole match,
You played
if we
King
talk about the whole match,
H2 immediately, as I remember. So we were a little surprised that you
yes.
just played straight away. Why did it happen? So because you prepared right before this move, or
No.
or
I
how?
just want to play queen c7. No, because here queen takes c7. Well, I'm not ready, right? Because of 92. And after d5, it's kind of a very forced way to force simplifications. Because after king h2, she is obliged to take. And no, I just thought that I didn't. I mean, I evaluate this line correctly because after knight d5, I realized that actually it's me who has to be careful here. That her knight on d5 suddenly is so strong that, well, my position is not worse yet, but it's very close to being worse. And I just did not, evaluate this line correctly. I thought that I'm kind of like simplifying my way. I'm not giving her any chances to attack, but in fact, her idea is to put her knight to d5. And just this kind of it's not about like concrete lines, but about evaluating different options. And of course, if you realize that the position can be very unpleasant for white after she takes and plays knight d5, then either you go all in and play e5, or if you want to simplify, you can play knight d3 and exchange everything and make a draw. It's also possible. But yeah, somehow king h2 was a big mistake because the position is still equal, but it's me who has to fight for a draw, and unfortunately, it's not so obvious anymore. Here, misplayed a little bit. But if we evaluate like the whole match, in the first game I played badly. Starting from a certain point, I was not doing very well, and I ended up in the lost position. In the second game was like the best game of the match. It was very um, quite a strong
Promising.
game from both sides. Very well. At some point, very quiet, but also with a lot of strong moves. And I was very proud of the game. And unfortunately, I spoiled everything in the third one because if you lose with white, there is only one game left. With black, you cannot really go to regular lines that you play because there are so many drawish lines, forced drawish lines. So you need to take risk and play something that you are not familiar with and try to complicate the game. And today, today, unfortunately, I was not very. We reached the so-called Zemish line of the King's Indian, which I never play, not with white nor with black, so I had no clue what to do. And basically, I tried to break through on the king's side, but she stopped my intention, my counterplay there. Then I tried to sacrifice and complicate the game on the king's side by preparing f5, but again, she was always keeping that under control. And I didn't really, I think, have any chances. I mean, I went all in, I played f5, but just the position was already so bad that I felt like I have to do something. I have to try to complicate at least. And yeah, maybe here I could have tried to take here and then.
But do you think that c takes
After
d5?
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say, after c takes d5, couldn't white just take back on d5
Yeah,
and
I think
just?
that's why actually I didn't take. I thought that even after, if she just simply takes, her position is better. My pieces are so badly placed at knight on h5. So I
And
did,
queens
but
off the board, it's like
also
harder
here
to,
it's not so clear.
like,
Yeah,
if you're
my
playing for the
pawns are
win.
weak.
Okay.
Hmm. Yeah, so I try to keep the pressure, but unfortunately, well, there is a pawn missing. I was thinking during the game that if only my knight was on f5, maybe it could have gotten me some chances. But unfortunately, it's so far away, and it's not so clear what to do. I was always hoping that she would play g4. Then I'm gonna sacrifice this pawn, but at least her king side will be exposed. And but yeah, other than that. And here I also misplayed, I think. I have to make a draw here carefully, but somehow I misplayed. Because I think at the end where she agreed on a draw, she has an almost winning position. Yeah, here I blundered because I blundered this check on b7. For some reason, I thought that after bishop f8, she was going to play knight f5, and I was hoping to play knight c7 and somehow get my pieces out finally. Like this, I calculated some, lines. She plays bishop b6, I have king e6, and suddenly my pieces are standing a little bit better than they were the whole game. But anyway, yeah, it was not a very great game, and I'm not sure what I had to do. Maybe c5 would have been a better plan. Just try to open up my bishop and then here, for example, and then try to use this pressure. Maybe. I mean, compared with what happened in the game, yeah, the plan with c5 would have been a better idea. But anyway, yes, that's it for me. Alexandra qualified and goes on. In the second match in Pool B, Katerina Lagno will play tie break tomorrow against Tanjangui because they made 4 draws. So tomorrow they're gonna play 4 rapid games. And in case of a tie again, 2-2, they're gonna play blitz to blitz, and then so it's gonna be quite a nerve-wracking, I think, tie break. Yeah, but okay. They had 4 games, and Katerina, I think, had great chances yesterday. She could have won with black also. and but she missed some chances at Tanjung. We managed to survive. Okay, and for me, I will try to book my tickets now.
How
Meanwhile, I hope that you enjoyed watching it. How was your streams?
Yes, we really enjoy it, and we really hope that tomorrow we'll have 2 tie breaks, but unfortunately we don't. But we had exclusive interview right now.
Yes, exactly. Well, quite an interesting experience, but unfortunately, this time the candidates was not a 14 games tournament, but rather a 4 games match. What to do? What to do anyway? As always, I think it was. You can learn a lot from your mistakes and draw like some certain conclusions that hopefully are gonna help you in the future.
do you?
Yes, that what we were discussed with Kevin about fails and what you can learn after your fails.
Well, chess is like the
Well,
perfect.
there have been so many of them because there have been so many lost games and lost matches throughout my career that if after every single one of them I would quit, then I wouldn't be there.
Right.
So okay, of course, it's better to win, but sometimes you need to face like failures as well and lost games as well. And well, sometimes your opponents just perform better than you do. Sometimes you don't. Play at your best, even though you're trying. But okay.
But
Anyway, a lot of food for thought.
right. But I just want to point out, even though it was a loss in this match, sometimes it's hard to remember the past year for you in the chess performance, right? Because winning the World Cup was quite the accomplishment, and you've had plenty of good results as well. So, like you're saying, just because you lose every now and then doesn't mean that you can't have those great wins throughout the year as well. And you've done exactly that, and you fought for
Yeah,
every
right. Well, it
everything.
was last year. Unfortunately, this whole year it's been like a waiting year. I've been waiting for this candidates to happen because it was supposed to be in May. Then it was postponed till July. Then it was postponed to somewhere to October. So it was such a relief to finally have the dates and to be able to play because this whole year it's been a little bit. Well, it's been a difficult year, not only in the chess world. And it's not over yet. I'm going to have 4 more tournaments, which my favorite ones with shorter time control, Rapid and Blitz, the European Championship in 12 days, and then the World Championship. So many, many games to play yet in this year. So I'm looking forward to this games.
Wait, those are all in 2022?
It
Yes,
sounds crazy.
exactly. What else can chess players? What else can chess players? You know how many games I'm gonna play? Oof, I haven't calculated, but about 100 games to play.
Oh my
No, I haven't.
gosh.
I don't know. But yeah, the European Championship is going to take place on December 15, 16, 17, something like this, or 16, 17, 18, something in the mid. And then almost immediately, well, as usual, Christmas time, December 25th is the arrival day. So 27th, 28th, 29th, it's the World Rapid Championship. 28th and 29th and 30th is the World Blitz Championship in Almaty in Kazakhstan. So many, many, many games to play with faster games. So
Yeah.
if you're looking for chess tournaments to follow, that's definitely the tournaments, because they're fast, they're exciting, many big names. So, yeah, it's very interesting tournament.
It's a lot of traveling as well, right?
Yeah, that's well, people usually chess players like to travel, but after the pandemic year, after 2020, I'm kind of like so much to stay at home that now it's so hard for me to um, get myself moving. But sometimes it's good, those chess tournaments, they kind of force you to move, and well, movement is life, right? We need to
Exactly.
move, otherwise we just start to stagnate.
Need to move and need to learn. Those are always the two constants of life, right?
Yeah, learning is also moving in certain, like in getting better.
True.
Right. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, thank you guys for watching, for streaming this match. Unfortunately, there were only 4 games in this tournament. But again, as I said, there are going to be many more games.
And we'll be excited to follow along because the chess was very exciting and instructive for everyone involved. And I think Oksana and I have already taken a few lessons from your games. So we implemented them in a post stream blitz game. But
Yes, I
yeah.
saw that you were playing Blitz. That's so nice. That's so nice. I'm glad
Yeah,
to see that you enjoy not only commentating but playing chess as well. That's very important,
yes, we also
to
decided to
enjoy
have a
all
match.
side of chess. Good, good, great to hear. Yeah, and hopefully in January I'm gonna have more time for streaming, because I've been preparing for the last 2 months, almost non-stop, for this candidates. So I decided to put streaming aside, because it's very hard to combine a lot of things. Really, chess is very time consuming, and it requires a lot of time and concentration. So I decided to yeah, to stop, to pause my streaming. But definitely I'm looking forward to coming back to Twitch and stream more in January at least.
I think everyone understands, and I think everyone appreciates how hard you worked and how hard you fought during these games and all the different streams you've done during the professional tournaments. So yeah, but seriously, I do want to thank you for uh, having us on your stream and commentating and just interacting with the community.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, I will get going now. We'll need to buy
Yes,
tickets
thank you
and
very much.
to plan, yes, everything. Thank you. And you can stay and play some chess. You're more than welcome to do so if you want. And yeah, I hope to see you soon. I mean, either on Twitch or maybe, who knows, maybe in real life.
Sounds
Have
good.
a rest.
Yep, and safe travels. And
Yes,
yeah,
yes. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
right.
Okay. See you.
See you.
Take
Take
Bye
care.
bye.
care. Bye.
Bye. Yeah, I think we can go back to the other scene. Oksana, would you still like to play that fourth and final?
Yeah, of course. We have a fourth round as well. Are you ready, dear chess fans?
Uh, maybe. I let me use the restroom in 1 minute if that's okay, and then I will
Yeah,
be
okay,
back.
okay,
I'm gonna
okay.
I'm gonna get the engine calculations ready.
You're gonna to prepare.
All right, right. Okay. One moment.
So, dear chess fans, how do you feel? Are you happy to watch an interview with Alexandra? We are waiting for Kevin. We will have fourth round of our own blitz match.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay. Wait, can I do a prediction? Is that a thing I can do in chat?
Okay. Okay.
Mod view. How do we start a prediction again? How does this work? Oh, also, do you have the book list? That's another funny, remember, we were supposed to give a book list, right? How do we do a prediction? Chat, who knows how to work the mod view? Oh, predictions. Here we go. Start. Wait. That's the last prediction. Oh, how do I start a new one? Okay, here we go. Who will win? Oksana? Hey, Kevin.
Do I have black today?
I believe so, right? Because you played with white yesterday.
Yeah, so I'm in a must draw situation.
Yeah, that's true. And let me do one for my stream as well. Prediction. So everybody, go and bet your channel points. There's only a 30-second submission time for my channel. So go predict very quickly, very quickly. Oh my gosh! Every single point so far is betting on Oksana, but you know what? We're gonna ignore that. And then Powerful Knight says that they're a little bit disappointed because of the result, but obviously very proud of Alexandra. It seems like that was a question you might have asked while I was in the restroom. Okay. So.
Yeah, so.
Oops. Unrated. I want to play unrated. Okay. I sent you the invite link. I'm trying to decide what to play.
Okay, I'm here.
I've been playing D4. Let's do it.
D4 is the same.
Yes. I'm gonna be boring yet again, and learn from my previous mistakes.
Okay.
Although, maybe I should have played E4. Maybe I should have switched it up. Okay. Not quite sure. Oh.
I was not quite sure about our moves in openings.
True. Do they ever really matter, or are we just okay? Okay, how to calculate?
I will follow Alexander's strategy today, just to take a risk as much as I can.
Okay. We'll see how that works out. Oh gosh.
It's always interesting to surprise your opponent as much as you can.
True, true. Where are you going?
I don't know. And what are you doing?
I don't know. I'm just solidifying the knight, making sure you can't kick it out.
I remember it's looking.
Is this similar to
as
what I did
it-
yesterday?
Yeah, it's similar.
Can I take with the e pawn, or is that just a little too ridiculous?
I think it's not really good. I would take with the C pawn.
Are you tricking me, or is this? I don't know if my. I don't think my. How are you gonna hit my F pawn? Well, I guess okay. You know what? We're just gonna take with the C. Okay.
So
I'm
once
actually-
again, I remember this trick.
Well, you found a pretty good defense last time, so are you really that worried?
Okay.
Oh, that's why you put the knight there then. Where to? Where to next?
Where to next? Okay. Probably it's too passive, but more safety.
True.
At this point, I decided to prefer safety move.
But I think is it all that safe? Because I'm running my clock
Yeah.
down, but I think you only have one square to go to, and it's not the best.
Yes, it's not the best, but okay. Still, it's a square.
This might look a little crazy, because it probably is, but let's walk into the potential discovery. Oh, wait. Ooh. Ugh. Wait, I don't like this anymore. Okay. I thought you were going to play
Okay.
something else.
No, I decided not to give you a castle.
Hmm.
Just check.
No
Just
problem.
check to check.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't like your light skirt bishop. Uh-oh.
I think I have to.
It's of course it's looking so crazy. Too dangerous.
It does look quite dangerous. Okay. How about a little rook g1 action? You know, Alexandra was looking for the open g file in her game. Look
Yeah,
who's got an
yeah.
open g file, chat. Woo! Oksana has to watch out here. I need to play for the win, right? So I might as well play a little crazy with this. Whoa! There has to be something here.
Yes, let's think for 20 seconds.
Oh gosh. Okay. Well, we're going to really
Let's
go a little
start
crazy
to
here.
play quickly.
Yep.
Both of us, I think.
Dangerous, dangerous.
Yeah, I don't want to play safety. I want also to have attack. Uh-huh.
Wait, what? Am I missing something? I
No.
feel like I'm missing something very important.
I just thought that you will take my knight.
Uh,
No.
oh.
Oh, you missed your queen. Sorry. Okay.
Oh no. Okay.
It's too hard to play without your queen.
Yeah, this is not ideal. I'm like about to be checkmated. Okay.
Okay. I have 11 seconds. Just 11 seconds. Uh-oh.
Oh no. Where's that queen going?
To nowhere. Uh-oh, no.
Let's go!
No. Oh no. Oh no.
Let's go! Oh my god. Got the fork.
Wow, that's checkmate. Oh.
Woo.
I
Oh my
didn't
gosh.
realize even that it's checkmate. Okay,
Okay.
so yeah, it's a great game. It's really crazy.
That was crazy. The fork was crazy
Yeah.
too. Sorry I had to bring the fork out, but this
It's okay. So.
yeah, exactly. This fork is the reason why I won that game. If it wasn't with me, then I wouldn't have found that. Wouldn't have seen it. Well, did anyone bet on me to win, or was it just it's tough?
Yeah,
That's
so that's what happens when you think a lot and you have just 11 seconds.
tough. True.
Okay.
I guess we have to play a tiebreak.
So yeah, we need to play a bullet tiebreak.
Sure, a bullet tiebreak. This is really gonna be
Yeah.
wow.
Do you know why it's impossible to play chess boxing online?
Because there's no contact.
No, because it's impossible to play with on boxing gloves with your mouse.
Right. That's true. That's also true. Oh my gosh, that's too funny.
Okay, so let's play two games in bullet.
Okay. Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
bullet is gonna be so hard. Okay.
Bullet will be funny. Yeah.
1 minute with 0 increment. Are we doing no increment?
Yeah, no increment, of course. That's a super bullet.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. First game random. Second game whoever doesn't have it. Okay. Chat. This is way too stressful.
Yes.
Okay.
So, where is the invitation? Okay, man.
Okay. I play with the black pieces.
Oof. Oh, my time is already just.
I don't know what I'm doing.
I get the problem is we are playing just usual chess.
Oh.
Oof.
What am I doing here?
I don't know. Okay, let's play somehow. Just playing chess.
This is already not ideal. I'm telling you, this is already not ideal. Okay.
It's a crazy game.
I don't like this. I really don't like this.
Who cares?
Who can be faster though? That's the real question.
Has more practice with mouse.
Yeah.
Don't think a lot. You just need to play.
Let's play ridiculous, absolutely crazy chess here.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. I see your plan. Okay, you play tricky because you know how to play in this bullets game.
Oh no! Oh no! I forgot that was check.
Crazy. You know, I try to play chess.
Oh my god.
Okay, just let's have a new
Oh
the
my
second one. Yeah,
Alright.
it's crazy. Yes, at some point, yes, you need to stop to play good chess. Just play for time.
Exactly. What is happening? I can't even process what I'm doing. I have no idea.
How you doing?
I don't know. Move the knight back just to move it forward again. Oh, I dropped a pawn. Oh, no pawn dropped.
Nobody
Ugh.
cares about your pawn.
I don't know why I did that. Oh, I'm getting forked. Oh, I'm losing even more. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. I don't know.
You don't want to play chess anymore?
No, what is happening? Oh my. I didn't know if I was getting. Oh, I think I almost hung mate. Oh no!
What's wrong?
I ran out of time. So
I see. Yeah, it's crazy. Okay, so we
one
have
more
1-1.
One more rematch. This one decides it, regardless of color.
Okay. Let's have the last one.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Where do we go? Oh. Oh. Oops. So that's a little annoying.
That's all a little annoying.
Yeah.
With this time control.
Whoa. Wait, I forgot. I can't afford to think. I need to just play.
Okay, okay.
No thinking aloud, only playing. What is this?
I don't know. I just decided to play as well. Oh, but I don't really like this position. Okay, okay. You advise just to play.
That's not good. Oh, this is not good. Huh?
No idea.
Oh,
I have no
oh, ooh,
idea
ooh,
how
ooh,
to
ooh.
play. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's a crazy game. Okay.
Oh my god, okay, okay. Oh my gosh.
Okay, it's great.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
It's too complicated to play in bullet games.
Yeah, bullet
So
is.
yeah, it was really great.
That was crazy. My hands are so sweaty.
Mm.
How many?
So thank you.
I was gonna say, how many blunders do you think we made in that last game?
I guess a lot of blunders, of course.
But somehow,
Yeah.
computer only thinks 2 blunders. But that was very
Just
interesting.
the blunders. Yes, two blunders, two mistake. Okay, so at least we played a really good from engine side.
Right, right.
Okay.
But
Yes, thank you very much for this crazy match. It was really, really very, very good.
yeah, it was a lot of fun, and I also a lot more fun was the commentary, and I appreciate yeah, just having you as a partner for the commentary was a lot of fun, and had a great time covering the games, learning a lot from the chess decisions that both Alexandra's made, and yeah, trying to work through the analysis together was quite instructive.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Kevin, for this really interesting event and really nice days. It's for me unusual role, and I enjoy it a lot.
Right. Well, I wish you the best of luck with. You said you're working on a feature film, so I wish you best of luck with that and everything else that you do in life, and the Muay Thai.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right. Well,
And also, yes, our dear chess fans, thank you very much for joining us and to stay with us all these days. So we will follow Alexandra, of course, for all these tournaments till the end of this year.
yes, for sure. And sounds like she has what you say about 100 chess games left. That is
Yes.
quite crazy. So we'll see how those go, and yeah, definitely follow along. And for now, who should we raid? We could raid Alexandra Samaganova. Does that sound like a good plan?
Yeah, okay, yeah, okay, let's raid.
Okay. All right, I will. The raid started. But chat, thank you everyone who joined in and joined in on the fun. It was a great experience. Definitely a great experience. A lot. Hope you learned something. Hope you enjoyed your time here as well. And I'll okay, there we go. Raid Alexandra Samakova. The raid should be starting. Everybody join the raid. And yeah, make sure you send a raid message when we get there, when we arrive to our destination. Yeah, looks like we're good to go. All right, everyone. Signing off for the last time this tournament. See ya hopefully in the future.
Have a good weekend.